Mr. Martin, how'd you do? You all set? You good?
Thanks to Trish,
Oh, good.
we got your monitor working.
Awesome.
We got set. Buttons get hit.
It's definitely doing something there. Oh, that's what it's doing.
Yeah,
Okay.
I tell you what, before the jury comes out, I'm just gonna get the screen up.
Okay.
My back's not to them.
Okay.
And
You can do that. Now, at what point do you want me to read a stipulation?
as soon as they get seated,
Okay.
stay ready, and then I'll ask you, I have State's exhibit number 8 marked by identification. I'll hand you I have the stips over here.
Oh, okay. That's what I was going to say.
So, anything to do?
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Tom. Here you go.
Sure, I'll just do this, and I'll be right there. Madam Clerk, would you hand me the yard picture going right on top? Thank you.
We ready for them? Yes? Good. Mr. Martin, you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mayor, approach with the two. And I'll ask you to read.
Oh, yes, thank you.
This will be for.
Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You can be seated. Welcome back. Can't see a couple of you, but Mr. Martin's going to use that screen here in just a minute. Were you all able to abide by my instructions during the recess? All right. Hopefully you got a good lunch and a little few minutes break. Well, I think we're ready to begin. Mr. Martin?
Yes. Your Honor, at this time pursuant to a previous stipulation, State's Exhibit number 1, which will be the raw video. At this time, I'd ask the court to read the stipulation instruction and the stipulation to the jury. And it'll be marked as identification at this point as A.
Okay. A for identification.
Yes.
And ladies and gentlemen, I read you this instruction earlier, and I'm going to read it again. This is about stipulations. When lawyers agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept as true are: the state and the defense agree that authenticity and chain of custody under this stipulated order means that each of the below referenced items of evidence, 1, are what this stipulated order describes them to be, thereby removing any need to authenticate and or identify them pursuant to Florida statute, and 2, contain a fair and accurate representation of the data that A, the camera recording system within the Cobb Grove movie theater captured and the Cobb Theater preserved. Oh, okay. All right. We've got State's Exhibit 1, which will be 1-AWS, 2-AWS, and 3-AWS. And these are flash drives.
Can we approach John?
Yes? Mr. Martin, do you need this back? This one?
Yes, I do.
There you go.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State's Exhibit number A, marked for identification, and as State's Exhibit number 1, pursuant to the stipulation, request permission to publish State's Exhibit number 1.
You may publish, and it'll be admitted. And this time I have it on my screen as
Yes.
well, and that one, so I won't be repositioning.
Yes, Your Honor.
may I reposition myself?
You may. Anyone that needs to, go ahead.
Your Honor, pursuant to a stipulation reached by the parties, at this time, the state would move into evidence State's Exhibit A and B marked for identification and ask that you read the stipulation regarding State's Exhibits number 2 and 3.
All right. Are we on 2 and 3? I mean, is it B and C?
Yeah,
Okay.
but the stipulation covers both of them. So
Okay.
we're on marked for identification as B and C.
Okay. All right, and ladies and gentlemen, once again, I'm going to read you the same stipulation instruction about when lawyers agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept as true is as follows. Let's see. All right, State's Exhibit 2 and 3 are exhibits from previously stipulated video evidence which captured some of the interaction of Chad Oulson and Curtis Reeves inside the Cobb Theater at various locations, including Theater Number 10 on January 13th, 2014. Further, the state and defense stipulate and agree the blue screen seen in State's Exhibits Number 2 represents the time where the motion-activated camera system did not record any video. Further, the state and defense stipulate and agree the embedded timestamp seen on the video runs continually from the beginning to the end of the video. The timestamp includes the time the system did not record video as represented by the blue screens.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move Exhibit B, marked for identification, as State's Exhibit number 2, and move State's Exhibit number 2 into evidence. I would also ask that State's Exhibit C, marked for identification, be moved in as State's Exhibit number 3.
All right. They'll be,
We had no objection
Thank
as to
you.
that.
they'll be admitted as 2 and 3.
All right, may I publish Exhibit 2 at this time?
You may.
And may I relocate?
Yes.
Your Honor, what we just watched is State's Exhibit number 2 from camera 11. I'm now going to play State's Exhibit number 2 from camera 12, which is a different angle. And there will be the same blue screens. There'll be like a 7-minute break and a 3-minute break, but that's...
Okay. Is that Exhibit 3 or?
No, ma'am, this is Exhibit number 2. There's
2.
Right, there's 2 cameras, camera 11 and 12, and the last video on State's Exhibit number 2 in the AVI format will be a quad view, which will put them side by side so you can see
Okay.
them together.
So 10, Exhibit 2 is composite. Okay. Mhm.
Stacy exhibit number 2, which would be the quad view. It has both cameras synced together. The time frame is the same, but the cameras pick up different times.
we approach?
Yes. Yep, you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
You want to rearrange the podium? I anticipate you'll be using that.
Yes, ma'am.
Who's your next, you got your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Nicole Oulson.
All right.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good, okay. Go ahead, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mrs. Oulson.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name for the record and spell your last name for the benefit of the court reporter?
Nicole Oulson, Oulson.
Ms. Oulson, what city do you live in?
Land O'Lakes,
How long have you lived there?
about 15 years.
Back in 2014, were you married?
I was, yes.
And your husband's name?
Chad Oulson,
And in 2014, how long had you been married?
we were married in 2007, so about 7 years.
Children?
Yes, one daughter,
In 2014, how old was she?
22 months, or just under 2.
And her name?
Alexis,
In 2014, were you working outside the home?
I was, yes.
Where were you working?
At USAA,
And what did you do at USAA?
I managed a team of insurance agents, so they issued and serviced insurance policies, and I made sure that they were in compliance and doing their responsibilities.
And if you could, as of 2014, how long have you been doing that job?
I started in 2007, same year I got married, so about 7 years.
Are you still employed there?
Yes, I am.
Same position,
Yes,
same duties?
same duties, yes.
In 2014, was your husband Chad employed?
He was, yes.
And where was he employed?
Sky Power Sports, the name has changed over time, but I believe that's what it was at that year.
Sky Power Sports, is that a retail business?
It is, yes.
And what sort of merchandise do they sell?
Bikes and four-wheelers, maybe jet skis, recreational vehicles, sports things.
What was your husband's Chad's responsibilities or duties? What was his job there?
He was in sales, so he did the floor when customers came in.
And as of 2014, how long had he worked there?
About the same time, we moved over to this area around 2007, and that was his job since then.
Let me go back to USAA. On the campus of that business, is there a daycare?
There is, yes.
In 2014, did you take advantage of that employee benefit and Lexi was at that daycare?
Yes.
The significant date here is January 13th, 2014, so I'm using that date as a reference. Prior to that, how long has she been going to that daycare? How long have you been using that facility?
Her whole life since she was about 6 weeks old, so just under 2 years.
Now, you mentioned that she was about 22 months old.
Yes.
Has she begun to get some teeth, cut some teeth?
Fun times, yes, she was teething.
Okay, what do you mean by fun times?
Cranky, fussy, never knew from day to day or minute to minute how she was going to be acting or feeling.
Did she ever get fevers associated with the teething?
She did, yes.
Earaches?
Possibly, yes.
I want to talk a little bit just about you and your husband, all right? Would you do me a favor? Would you just stand up, please?
Yes, sir.
All right, and how tall are you? About?
5'2"-ish. I have heels on, so maybe a little taller today.
And approximately how tall was your husband?
6'4", 6'5".
You have a seat. Let me show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit Number J. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And who is depicted in that photograph?
Myself and Chad.
I'm going to refer to it as a yard photograph because there's foliage behind
Okay.
it. Okay. In that photograph, are the two of you standing side by side?
We are, yes.
And using that photograph as a reference, does that particular photograph fairly show the difference in height between you two?
I believe so, yes. I was wearing flats and he was wearing probably sneakers or
And you come up about where?
his shoulder.
You know, at this time, I've moved marked for identification as State's Exhibit J and move it in as next exhibit in order.
We had a previous objection on it, we would renew it at this time.
Okay.
So it's Exhibit 4?
It'll
Is
be
it admitted?
admitted as Exhibit 4.
May I publish?
You may.
Madam Clerk, if I write on 4? And Deputy? Oops, went too far. I hate these things. There we go. All right. Before you is State's Exhibit Number 4. Who is in that photograph?
Myself and Chad.
Right. And you indicated that both of you were wearing flat shoes.
Yes.
And does that photograph represent the difference in height between you two?
Yes.
Right. And you're about up to his shoulder.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry, I totally missed the table. I thought it was there. Taylor? Thank you. What I'd like to do now is direct your attention to January 13th, 2014. It's a Monday.
Yes.
It's a weekday. Had you worked the Saturday before?
I did, yes.
Your normal days are what?
Normally Monday through Friday, but as a manager, we have to rotate Saturdays on occasion, about once a quarter, and that just happened to be my Saturday to work.
All right. Did you have Monday, January the 13th off?
I chose that day off, yes.
Okay. Since the Lexi came into your life, do you and your husband Chad get many days alone together?
No, hardly any.
It's all about her, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay. On Monday, January 13th of 2014, did you have an opportunity to use the daycare center at USAA and so that you and Chad could have a day to yourself?
Yes, we did.
Let's just kind of take us through the day up until the new time hour, okay?
Okay.
All right. During, before you left the house, did you have any definite plans about what you were going to do that day?
No definite plans, no.
Just you want to spend it together?
Together, yes.
Okay. Tell me about Lexi. Was she teething?
She was, yes.
Describe her, I hate to use demeanor for a 22-month-old, but how was she acting?
Drooling and always wanting to put things in her mouth, kind of irritated, a little fussy.
She had been at the daycare before with those symptoms?
Yes,
Nothing new to them?
no,
Okay. You had no problems then using the staff at that particular daycare center to take care of your child who was having these normal, I'll call them growing pains, teething?
as long as there's no fever, then yes.
All right. And if there is a fever, what is the protocol at the campus?
We would have to take her home.
Okay. And you would get a phone call to that effect?
That's correct.
About what time did the three of you finally leave the house and you drive to the campus of USAA and go to the daycare?
You know, I didn't have a specific time to be at work, so we just kind of gradually got up and got moving that morning. I don't know an exact time, but later morning, 9-ish approximately.
Before you left the house, were there any definite plans after you dropped Lexi off at the daycare?
No definite plans other than to stay close in case we got a phone call.
All right, so we leave the house and we drive to USAA. You drop Lexi off?
Yes.
And tell me that process. Did you just go in and say, here, and run out, or what was the process?
Well, no, you have to badge in to get into the campus, and you have to badge in to get into the daycare. Normally, it's my routine, since she's coming to work with me, to bring her and pick her up. So I was the more familiar face there. But that morning, Chad got an opportunity to come, so he was excited to. He had been there before, but not as frequently as me. So we went in together, and he talked to the staff and went into her classroom and talked to her teacher. And we just kind of talked about what she was experiencing with the teething and, you know, just to be mindful of it. And we were around if needed.
You then leave the daycare.
Yes.
While you're still on campus, are there any plans made, or was that later?
Later,
All right, so where'd you go after you dropped off Lexi?
well, we decided to get breakfast at Cracker Barrel, which is pretty close by to my work.
Okay.
And we went and had some breakfast.
You know approximately what time that is? Breakfast time?
10:30,
Okay.
possibly, yes.
During breakfast, were there any discussions about what you were going to do with the rest of your day?
Yes, that is when we decided our plans.
All right, and tell us what the decision was. What were you going to do?
Well, we knew we needed to stay close, so we decided to see a movie. But we had time prior to that starting, so we decided to go to the Wiregrass Mall and just walk around, do a little bit of window shopping, and just kill some time.
Is Wiregrass Mall a mall like we had in the 80s where it's just one big box and all the stores are in, or is it at one of those outside malls?
It's an outdoor mall, and it was a beautiful day. That's part of why we decided to go there.
Okay. All right. And after breakfast, did you in fact go there?
We did, yes.
Chad have a cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. While at the Wiregrass Mall, was there an occasion when Chad showed you something on his phone that he wanted to show you?
Yes.
What did he show you?
It was a football meme type joke. It was just kind of a conversation between different quarterbacks where they were picking on each other and kind of bickering back and forth. I did not take it to be a real conversation. It was just made up, kind of funny about how many Super Bowl rings I have compared to how many you have, things like that. And we looked at it and laughed for a little bit.
A little bit of entertainment.
Right, yeah.
Well, let's talk about the movies. How often do you and Chad go to the movies?
We went quite often prior to Lexi being born. Since Lexi was born, I'd say a very few.
And what is it about the going to the movies outside the home that is attractive for that type of style of entertainment to you and Chad?
It's just family fun, just some quiet time where we can, kind of get close together and spend some time together and enjoy something that we have in common.
From the Wiregrass Mall, did you have an occasion to go to the Cobb Theater at 6333 Wesley Grove Boulevard, Wesley Chapel, Pasco, Florida?
We went to that theater, yes.
Okay. Had you made a decision before you got there as to what movie you wanted to see?
We did, yes.
And what movie was that?
Lone Survivor?
Once you arrived, well, do you recall approximately what time the movie Lone Survivor started?
I believe 1:20-ish, a little after 1.
And you got there before then?
We're always early to everything, so yes.
Okay. You and Chad go up to I guess it's an outside ticket window?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. Did you buy a ticket?
Yes, 2 tickets.
For Lone Survivor?
Yes.
Once you purchased the ticket and you went inside, did you at that time learn what theater number within that megaplex complex of numerous theaters?
Yes, there's an assistant in there that tells you and points you in the right direction.
And it was that theater number 10?
It was, yes.
What I'd like to do is take you through, well, first, when you go in, is there a lobby?
There is, yes.
Is there a concession?
Yes.
Prior to going to Theater 10, did you and Chad take advantage of the concession and purchase some snacks for the movie?
We did, yes.
All right. After you purchased the snacks, did you make your way to Theater 10?
Yes. Maybe a bathroom break, I don't. But yes, we did make our way to the theater.
What I'd like to do is take you through going into the theater and the selection of the seats and where you sat, okay? That's what we're going to talk about next. When you came into the theater, did you notice the lighting conditions when you arrived? When you first walked in and, you walk in, okay, there it is. What was the lighting condition?
It was dim, but you could clearly see, where you were navigating to your seats and get situated around you.
Were there stairs that provided you access to the various levels within the theater?
Yes.
Could you see those stairs?
Yes.
All right. Were there other patrons within the theater when you first arrived?
Very few, but I believe so, yes.
All right. With the lighting conditions when you first came in, could you see those individuals?
Yes.
Could you make out gender, male, female,
Yes.
color of hair?
Yes.
If one had a red shirt, a blue shirt, color of clothing?
Yes.
Okay. When you walked in, was there any previews playing? First walked in?
Not what I consider previews, no. Maybe something on the screen, advertisements, maybe, but
Make
not
you hungry to go buy food?
food. Yes,
Yeah,
but
okay.
not advertisement, or not previews that I recall.
All right. Was the sound system loud? soft, normal, I don't know how else to describe it.
Normal. I don't recall any specifics.
Once you walked in, did you decide where you wanted to sit?
Yes.
And is there a particular location when you go to the movies that you like? I always have to be the aisle, I always have to be up front, I always have to, you know what I mean?
Kind of, yes, but not specific seats that we had to be. We would take into consideration if somebody was already in that area, then we would flex, but we like to be up top,
All right, and so you followed your routine?
pretty much, yes.
Did you walk up the stairs?
Yes, we did.
And did you choose the row that was going to be your spot for the day?
We did, yes.
When in that theater is at the, when you said the top, is there a wall and then kind of like a restaurant, I'm not a restaurant, but an eating area above?
A Cinebistro is what I believe they call it, yes, as you described.
All right. From that, and from the Center Bistro, the general public can't get there, right?
Right. I think there's a whole separate entrance for that.
So let's talk about from that area, is there a row of chairs that butts up against that wall?
Yes.
Is there another row?
Below that, yes.
All right. Which row were you in? The one that butts up against or the one down?
One down from the very top.
And to what area did you finally make your way to take your seat, approximately?
Pretty close to the middle, but probably a little off center.
When you first sat down and the seats are kind of in the middle, one row down from the wall,
Yes.
was there anyone seated behind you?
Not that I noticed at the time, no.
Now, Chad had showed you some, something funny on his phone while at the mall. So I want to talk to you about once in the theater. Can you tell us whether or not your husband, Chad, retrieved his phone from wherever he keeps it and was using his phone for entertainment or whatever he was doing?
Yes, he was.
Okay. When you first sat down, there was no movie or previews on this
Correct.
screen. As you sit there and people come in and out, was there anyone seated in front where you sat down, or after you sat down, did anyone come and sit down in front of you?
Yes, there was one specific person that I remember.
Which one was it?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Was he there when you got there, or did he show up later?
Oh, showed up later.
Okay. Did your husband, Chad, have any contact with that individual?
He did, yes.
Explain to us, we'll talk about a little bit about maybe what was said, but just what was the interaction between the two of them?
The other gentleman initiated the conversation, and it was just small talk. It was about different movies that were coming out, what other movie theaters in the area that they liked, something about an animated movie that Hong Kong or King Kong, something to that. Just small talk, friendly talk.
About how long did that last?
Hard to say, probably a minute or two.
Were other patrons also talking within the theater? You might not have been able to hear the words, but you could hear the voices?
I don't recall.
Okay. What I'd like to do is, let's go through a series of photographs, okay? And let me do that. It takes just a few minutes. I'm going to show them to you. Mr. Esper, would you like to see one? Okay. I don't want to bring them up. the witness and bring these to the side so we can lay the proper predicate, and I'll ask the clerk to file it in a minute. That'd be all right?
Yes,
And I'll talk loud.
okay.
Judge, we don't have a need to do the predicate. We agreed to them coming in.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. With that, I do need to lay what they are and for the record.
Sure.
All right, so let me come back over here.
I wish I would've told you earlier.
Yeah. All right. Your Honor, I have a series of 8 by 10 photographs with a corresponding poster board. The items are numbered so that the photograph and the poster board are one numerical apart, but it's the same JPEG number. So at this time, marked for identification is State's Exhibit number E. I'm sorry, let me take this off. I'll do the photographs first. The
Okay.
photograph is State's Exhibit number D, marked for identification, and State's Exhibit number E, marked for identification. Both of them are JPEG number 2081427. At this time, I would move State's Exhibit E, D, and E into evidence next in order.
5 and 6? All right, you're gonna admit both of them?
Yes, that's.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
Yep, both of them. All right, so that'll be 5 and 6.
correct. The photo's 5 and the poster's 6.
I have the next photograph, and the State's Exhibit marked for identification H, and State's marked for identification I, photograph and an enlargement, JPEG number 2060324. Next in order.
7 and 8. They'll be admitted. Photo 7, poster 8.
The next will be photograph and a poster board. State's Exhibit Q and R. I know they're not in order, but
It's
that's.
okay, for identification, it
Q
doesn't
and R
matter.
for identification. JPEG number 2060444.
Okay, that'll be 9 and 10. Photo will be 9, poster 10. They'll be admitted.
And the last one, Your Honor, would be State's Exhibit marked for identification as States F and G with the same JPEG number 2060498.
All right, the photo will be 11 and poster 12. They'll be admitted.
Thank you. And may I publish the date exhibit?
You may.
witness step down.
You may. Carefully, please.
May I, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you.
Before you is, where the next in order was.
5.
Five, thank you, Your Honor. Bring it forward. Before you is State's Exhibit number 5. We talked about when you first came in, and that you took your seat. I'm not suggesting to you that this is the lighting conditions at the time you walked in. Its sole purpose is for us to get a layout of where the seats are within the theater. Okay? So, in looking at this, you indicated that you kind of had a preference, that you kind of like to be up, kind of like to be in the middle. And you also were familiar with the Cinebistro. All right. So first of all, using State's Exhibit number 5, show us where the Cinebistro is.
That would be this, above this wall, anything up in here, these seats in the back.
Right. And the general ticket holders from the general seating area do not have access to that.
Not that I know of.
Now, we talked about that you had a favorite spot. Of course, now we know you can't get into the Cinebistro. In the general seating area, you indicated you were 2 rows down from the wall. Show us where the wall is.
This is the wall, this tannish area.
All right. And with the pointer, approximately where your seats were.
It's small, but we were not in the very back row, so we were 1 row up, and then approximately middle, but I'd say right around this area.
Thank you. Let me show you State's Exhibit number 6. We talked about the stairs that gave you access to go up to find your seats. So using State's Exhibit number 6, go ahead and orientate us. Where is the wall for the Cinebistro?
This blackish colored wall.
All right. The stairs that you use to get up to your row.
Mr.
And-
Martin, if that is the second set, the poster would be Exhibit 8, the photo would be 7.
I apologize.
That's okay. I just want to make it clear for the record, if that's the second group, which I think it is, from what I saw.
Yeah, it's the problem, 8 numbers.
Yeah.
All right, may I just have a moment then, Your Honor?
Yeah. I'm not suggesting that you take anything out of order, I'm just trying to clarify.
Well, I understand. All right.
And the photo on the screen is the same as the
Yep.
poster?
So
Okay.
we're 7 and 8.
So that's 7 and 8, yep.
And this being 9. All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mhm.
All right, go ahead and show us the stairs that lead you up. Now that we have the relationship of the stairs to the wall, you were in front row.
The second one down from the back, so this row here.
Now, when you arrived, we talked about the lighting conditions and what you could see. No problems going up the stairs. Okay. show you photo 8 and poster board 9, JPEG 206444. Now, we got the general area for the seating. We have you going up the aisles, up the stairs. Now we need to get down an aisle, all right? So do you recognize Stacy exhibit number 9, the photo board that's up in front of you?
I do, yes.
All right. Orientate us so we know where the wall for the center bistro is.
Here,
And you were in what row from there?
not the first one, but the second one down here.
Now, from this photograph, do you recognize an item that is depicted in the photograph, the item that you use when you eat popcorn?
I do,
All right,
yes.
what do you use when you eat popcorn?
I always grab napkins, a big
Alright.
handful of napkins.
All right, and do you see that in the photograph?
Yes.
All right, would you go ahead and show that to the jury, please?
Be right by a blue drink.
All right. Now, would you have that on your left side or your right side?
Over on the left side.
Okay, and that was your seat.
That is my seat, yes.
All right. Next to you, either to your right or your left, which side did your husband sit on?
To my right.
All right, did he have a drink?
We shared a drink, yes.
All right, and do you see a cup in that general facility that represents that drink?
And that's the green
Alright.
with the blue logo.
And that's where Chad was seated.
Yes, to the right of that.
Let me show you Stacy Exhibit 11 and 12. Let's use number 12. All right, so general stairs, got you down the aisle. You mentioned to us in the last exhibit that there was a tissue. Do you see the same tissue?
Yes, right here, and the cup holder,
Okay. And the cup that you mentioned?
yes, to my right.
All right. Which seat were you in?
This one right now.
All right, is that where Chad was?
No, this was where I was.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, that's where you
Chad
were.
was here.
All right, very good. Now, do you see an iPhone depicted in the picture?
I do, yes.
Do you recognize that iPhone?
Looks familiar, yes.
All right,
Or
do you
they all look the
believe,
same, but yes,
all right. Based on the events that evening, do you believe that to be Chad's cell phone?
I do, yes.
Okay. Is that the cell phone that he was using and not only at Wiregrass, but after you first came in?
Yes,
And the popcorn bag on the floor here, was that yours?
that was, yes, me and Chad shared it, and I had set it down at my feet when we were done.
Okay, very good. Now I'm gonna pour it back, and then you may take your seat, and I'll put everything away. We got an idea of where you were in the theater. You told us about Chad's interaction with the gentleman in front. At the time that your husband Chad was interacting with the gentleman in front of him, to your knowledge, was anyone seated behind you?
Not that I know of.
Time passes a little bit. Does Chad leave the theater for some reason?
He decides to go get some Twizzlers, so yes, he does.
Some what?
Twizzlers,
You got to lean a little bit forward. That is
Twizzlers.
Twizzlers. Okay. All right. About how long is he gone?
A few minutes, 5 minutes or less, I estimate.
He eventually returns?
He does, yes.
While he is gone, to your knowledge, does anyone come in and sit behind you?
Not that I am aware of.
He comes back with the Twizzlers,
Yes,
whatever they are?
yes,
Okay. Sits in the same seat?
yes.
Let's talk about the cell phone. Once he comes back from the concession and has his, replenished his snack supply, does he begin to use the phone again?
At some point, yes.
Now, is he making calls on the phone and talking to someone on the phone?
No, no noise.
You know, you've seen your husband use the phone for, I'll call it entertainment purposes or whatever. We know we can scroll on it. When he does that, is it normally in his left or right hand, and how does he normally do it?
Well, he's right-handed, so he would hold it in his left and type or scroll with his right hand.
And is that what you saw him doing?
Yes.
Do you know what he was looking at?
Other than the football meme, I couldn't tell you what else he was doing now.
All right. I want to take you to the time that all the commercials are off and we start previews. Okay, that time change. Before the previews begin, do you know if anyone came in behind and sat down behind you?
I don't recall what time. I did not notice.
Okay. After the preview started, were you aware of anyone sitting behind you?
At some point, yes.
Talk about the previews a little bit. We've gone from when you first arrived and all the commercial stuff to the previews. Did the lighting condition change at all?
It was constantly changing depending on the light from the screen, and yes, it possibly got a little dimmer.
At the time of the previews, did the lights go down?
I believe so, yes.
While Chad was on the phone, could you see the light coming from his screen?
Yes.
The previews start playing. Let's talk about that experience, okay? Does the sound level within the theater change as far as the audio that's being played for your enjoyment?
Yes,
It goes up?
I would say so, yes.
After that change, did you and Chad have an opportunity to speak with one another? Could you carry on a normal conversations? That's
Oh,
what I'm
yes.
asking,
Yes,
with that change in level.
yes.
With that change in level, can you tell us whether or not you could still hear other people talking?
Yes,
When we talked about could you hear other people talking, could you determine whether or not they were 4 or 5 seats away, 10 seats away? I'm trying to get a distance, based on chairs.
yes,
You could hear the people talking?
yes,
At some point, you couldn't.
yeah,
Okay, fair enough. The previews are playing, so we have the audio. Now we have the lighting. The lighting went down a little bit, right?
yes,
Were you still able to see Chad next to you?
yes,
Could you see the gentleman in front of you?
yes,
Were you able to see the people that were several chairs away from you in the same row?
yes,
With that lighting condition, could you determine whether or not they were male or female?
yes,
Could you determine, in a general sense, the color of the clothes?
yes,
Color of the hair if they weren't wearing a cap or something like that?
yes,
Okay. Now, the gentleman in front of you, you could see, right?
yes.
Okay. Were people, tell us whether or not people were still entering the theater as the previews were being played.
Yes,
Could you see them come in?
yes,
And you showed us the stairs going up each side. You were in the middle.
yes,
Whether they were to your right or to your left as they came up, could you tell whether or not they were male or female?
Yes,
To a general extent.
yes,
Okay. The people that were patrons in there, could you still see body movements? Let me just give you an example. I'm not saying it occurred, just as an example of what I'm looking for. If someone's sitting in the chair and an arm is moved, like eating a popcorn, or taking a drink, or turning this way, I'm looking for body movements. Could you see people's body movements?
yes.
Okay. There comes a point in time where you have the sensation, feeling, sense, whatever, that someone has sat down behind you, right?
Yes.
Tell us how you made that determination. Now I know someone's behind me. What took place? What did you hear? What was it that led you to that conclusion?
I heard a statement that was made, and you also just sensed, I could, out of my peripheral, see somebody very close to my right and behind me.
Okay.
You just kind of sense them. You just, based on the sound, you know that they're close, and you just can tell that they're close to you.
Do you know how many people sat in behind you?
I was only aware of the one.
At the time that that person sat behind you, were the previews for movie trailers playing?
Yes.
Was the lighting what we talked about a few minutes ago,
Yes.
which included whatever ambient light was flickering on the screen and bouncing into the theater,
Correct.
which you said changed depending on the scene.
Correct.
All right. After you became aware that someone was behind you, we had the previews playing, was your husband, Chad, was his phone out?
Yes.
All right. Was he talking on the phone?
No.
Making a call? All right. Did he have it like you explained in his left hand?
Yes.
What did you see him doing?
Just the light low. He wasn't holding it up or waving it around. It was just kind of lower in his lap.
Okay. All right. I want to take you to the point of time where you are aware of whoever is behind you having contact with you. Okay? That's what we're going to talk about.
Okay.
So having that as a reference point, and you know when you only know one person came in and sat down behind you. And to that where there was, we'll get to the type of contact, but where there was contact, you know about how long that was?
I'm sorry, from what point until the contact?
First sit down behind you,
Okay.
and then first contact.
Okay. No,
About-
I have to clarify. I don't recall them coming in and exactly when they sat down behind me. All I know is the very first contact when he was.
Okay. You just knew there was someone behind you, and then all of a sudden there was
Right.
contact. Okay, fair enough.
Yes.
All right. Let's talk about that contact. First, I want to talk about your observations visually, and then we'll talk about what you heard. All right, we're going to separate them. Let me, Madam Clerk, can you have that photograph of this 3 line? Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to put State's Exhibit number 11 up. That's one. There we go. You indicated to us where the tissue is where you were seated, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Chad was to your right.
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about visually what you saw. Explain to us, we see where your chair is, we see where Chad's is, and of course there's a little bit of a gap. Which eye did you get the peripheral vision of someone was there?
On my right,
On your right, so it'll be towards
In
where
bet-
the cup is.
in between me and Chad, yes, in front of the cup.
Okay. All right. To your recollection, was your chair touched at all?
Not that I recall, no.
All right. At that point, did you know whether or not it was male or female?
Yes.
All right, and visually, how were you able
Oh,
to?
visually, no. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
visually, no.
Visually, no.
Just someone, a human head came into that area.
Yes.
All right. All right. At some point in time, you heard something from behind you.
Correct.
What was said?
A demand to put the phone away.
Okay. Just based on your life experience, did you draw any conclusions as to whether or not the voice was male or female?
Yes, male.
Let's talk about the words that were spoken. The words were spoken were what?
Yes.
What did the man say? What were the words?
Put your phone away now, or something very, very similar to that.
Words to that effect.
Yes.
Okay. Not those exact words.
Right. Not verbatim, but you need to put your phone away or put your phone away.
The message, definitely that's what the message was.
Yes.
Right. Now, you had an occasion to hear the exchange between Chad and the gentleman in front, right?
Correct.
And then you heard the voice behind you, right?
Correct.
As far as the character and the tone of comparing the two, was the conversation Chad had with the man in front, that tone of conversation, was that different from what you heard from behind you?
Very different, yes.
Okay, and how was it different?
It was just rude. It was demanding. It was like it was an order. It wasn't, excuse me, or would you mind, or an explanation that, the light is distracting. It was just very matter of fact, you need to do this.
Based on your peripheral vision, how long did you have that person in your vision? 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, that kind of thing. Do you know?
Several seconds, yes. Probably more than 5 to 10, but it's hard to gauge.
All right. Did your husband respond to what the man said?
Yes, he did.
Listen real close, okay? When your husband responded, did you still have the man's head in your peripheral vision?
I can't say for certain.
Okay. How did your husband respond? What words did he say?
He says, "What's your problem? The movie hasn't even started yet. I'm not making any noise."
Right.
Not verbatim, but
A
kind of
message-
blowing him off, just kind of basically not turning around, not acknowledging him.
Well, let me just take you through that a little bit. That's
Okay.
what was said.
Yes.
Did your husband, Chad, ever turn back towards where the voice came from?
No.
Can you tell us whether or not he made that statement while still looking at the phone, watching the previews? What was he doing?
Still facing forward. I believe on his phone.
Okay. But you're not sure?
Just facing forward. I just know he
But you know he didn't turn around?
Right, correct.
All right. Did your husband use any profanity?
No.
We refer to them as F-bombs, any F-bombs being directed towards the man behind you
No.
by your husband?
No.
Did he raise the voice to what you would consider to be, in your life experience, a normal talking level?
Yes.
A little bit?
Yes. It was louder than what you would expect in a movie theater, which is a whisper. It was louder than that.
Okay. Do you know if the man behind you responded to your husband's comments?
He did, yes.
Okay. Was that immediately after your husband said what you just told us?
Yes.
About how long, again, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, I'm talking, how long was it between where Chad made the statements and then the man behind you responded?
Seconds. It was pretty immediate.
Okay. Do you recall what the man said?
Pretty much the same thing as the first time. You need to put your phone away.
The tone or demeanor, had that changed at all from the first time the man spoke?
No, it had not.
Was the man behind you cursing?
No.
And yelling is so subjective, but I mean, was the voice louder than what would be normal to talk in that environment?
Yes.
It was that level.
Yes.
It wasn't screaming, yelling.
Right, but it was louder than a whisper.
Okay. Right. So we have the first word spoken by the man behind. We have the response by your husband, and then a response to that.
Yes.
Okay, that's where we're at. Let's talk about what you were thinking at that point. Based on the tones of the conversation, the words that were spoken, what were you thinking? Were you afraid, scared that the man behind you was going to do something, or anyone's going to do something? That's what I'm trying to get. What were your thoughts?
No, I was just kind of taken aback at how we were approached, but nothing stood out other than, oh, great, they're bickering.
Okay. Neither one of them cursing.
No.
I want to take you to the point where you get the sensation or become aware that the man behind you has gotten up and left. I want to use that as our time frame, okay? Prior to you feeling that, were there any other words by the man behind you directed towards your husband?
Yes.
And what was that?
He said, do I need to go get management?
We've been talking about the tone and the demeanor of the spoken word when it was spoken. Had that changed at all when you compare it to the first 2 times the man behind you spoke?
It had not let up, so it was the same.
It was the same? Did your husband respond to that comment?
He did, yes.
And what did he say?
He just said, do what you need to do.
At that point, do you know whether or not your husband's phone was still out and visible? Was he using it like he was before?
I believe so, yes.
At the time that your husband made that response to what the man said behind him, did he physically turn and look at that individual?
No.
All right. Do you recall where his sight picture would be? Was it in his lap, up at the screens? We're trying to get a feel for where his attention was.
Always forward.
Did you have a sense after that comment, do I need to go get the manager, that individual left?
Yes.
What was it about the environment, what did you hear, see, that led you to the conclusion that he left?
You
Or
just,
was getting up to leave?
yeah, you just sense it, and then I actually saw him going down the stairs after he got out of his aisle and started going down the stairs.
Okay. talk a little bit, but after the third comment, did you get the sense that your husband was getting frustrated, agitated, annoyed?
Yes, I think they both were. Yes, I would say so.
Okay. So you finally see him go down the aisle, right? There's a time period till the gentleman comes back. I want to talk about what you and Chad were doing
Okay.
while he was absent. Okay?
Okay.
Now, at that point, had you and Chad began to enjoy the movie experience with the trailers?
Yes.
Was Chad still on the phone?
No.
Do you know if the screen light was still on? I'm trying to figure
On
out
his
how.
phone, not on
Yeah.
the movie.
Yeah, yeah, that's right.
Right,
And
okay.
the iPhone screen, did you still see that screen light?
It was for a period of time after the man left the theater, but not for long.
Okay.
Shortly after, it was turned off.
Once you no longer saw the light went out. Do you know what Chad did with the phone? What does it have? Keep it in his pocket, back pocket, keep it in the lap, just hold it in his hand?
Just kind of hold it in your hand, setting it on the lap, usually.
Did you actually see it, or you just know that's his routine?
That's just his routine.
His routine, okay.
And I did not see any movement to indicate that he had put it in a pocket, so
All right,
I came to that conclusion.
all right. And I guess one of the things that I need to put in the timeline, if you will. Do you recall that there was a notice up on the screen asking the patrons to please put away their phones?
I'm aware of it, but not from that specific movie. I can't say that I paid any attention to it that day, but I'm aware of, silence your phone or, put it away. Yeah.
Okay. You indicated that when the man left, comment words to the effect, do what you got to do. So let's talk about Chad's, let's do it this way. While the man was gone, did Chad make any comments to you that would be?
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short 10-minute recess, so please remember my instructions, and they can go to the jury pool room if you wish, but I just wanted to mention that there are designated restrooms for you guys. Did you discuss that with them at all, Deputy? Okay. Did you give them the code? Did anybody give them the code? The employee restroom?
No, I
Okay, well, the designated restrooms for jurors is either back there or in the jury pool room, okay? And remember my instructions during the recess. Deputy, it's your call where you want them. You want them back here, or you want them in the jury pool room? Okay, just head back to the jury pool room in 10 minutes, all right? Thank you.
All rise for the recess for the jurors for 10 minutes.
All right. Mrs. Olson's back on the stand. You're still under oath. I'll tell her that in front of the jury, though. Are we ready?
Ready for your adjourn?
Yes. Oh, are they in there? Good. You guys are good. Coordination.
Jurors in the courtroom, Your Honor.
Thank you. You can be seated. Thank you. Were you all able to abide by my instructions during the recess? All righty, then we'll get started again. Mrs. Olson is still on the stand, and you're still under oath. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Martin.
Before the break, we were at that period in time that the man behind you had left.
Yes.
And you and Mr. Oulson were in the theater, and we were talking about what was going on while the man was gone. And I want to discuss with you, was there any conversation or comments made by Mr. Oulson after the man left that would suggest to you that Mr. Oulson had any sort of animosity at that time that would result in him acting out in any way?
He did not say anything, no.
You're going to have to talk up a little bit.
He did not say anything, no.
Could you tell whether or not he was sitting there fuming and being agitated? You know your husband, so.
Right. No, he seemed to be back to normal. We thought it was over.
Was, as the gentleman went down the stairs and you saw go downstairs, your husband, did he make any comments about, derogatory comments about the man walking down the stairs is going to go complain about him?
No.
The man's gone for about 3 minutes. We've discussed what happened during that time period. Did you become aware when the man returns?
Yes.
How did you become aware of it?
Again, he's behind us, and he makes a statement.
Okay. Before that statement is made, do you see the man coming up the aisles that we?
Not that I recall paying any attention. No.
You were focused on waiting for that man to come back.
No.
To your knowledge, did your husband make any statements to you that would lead you to believe that he was focused and waiting for the man to come back?
No statements.
All right. Let's get to the point where the individual has returned, and you indicated that there was something said. We're going to break it down as much as we can to try to put it in a proper time frame and sequence. All right. So at some point in time, the same voice that you heard, that man said something.
Yes.
Let's start there. What was said?
He says, "I see you put your phone away now that I went to get management."
Words to
Not
that
not
effect?
verbatim, right, but words to that.
And was the phone away?
Yes, it was totally away.
Out of your peripheral vision, since Mr. Oulson is sitting right next to you, do you sense, feel, or see any type of body movement by Mr. Oulson that would indicate that he would be turning to his right and focused on activity that was to his right?
Not at this point of time.
before I'm talking about before the statement is made.
Right, no.
Do you recall any type of body movement whatsoever by your husband before that statement is made?
No.
Did your husband make any statement to that man before that statement was made?
No.
Now we have the statement made. Does your husband respond?
He does, yes.
And how does he respond?
Again, with what's your problem? Like,
Anything else?
I know we're feeling, why is this continuing going on? But no, I don't think any other, that was more of a my feeling than his statement was just, what is your problem? Like,
All right. Was there any cussing by your husband?
no,
Any F-bombs by your husband?
no,
The man behind you, was that man cussing?
no,
Any F-bombs, threats by the man behind?
no.
Okay. When the individual made the statement about words to the fact, I see you put your phone away, I'm just paraphrasing a little bit. Comparing that statement when he made it as far as the tone and the demeanor of that statement, had that changed at all from the first 3 times that individual made contact with your husband?
No, it was not a nice statement.
When your husband responded to the statement, words to the fact, see you put your phone away, at that point, did he turn in his seat? Towards, towards where the voice was coming from?
During that statement?
No,
I'm sorry.
after the statement was made.
Oh,
and
after
you-
the statement was made, yes.
All right, I'm asking you, once the statement was made, did your husband turn towards the direction where that voice was coming from?
Oh, no. No, I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
All right, now we have those two, the statement made and the response based on the tone and the demeanor of the voices that you heard. What were you thinking?
Why is this still going on? The phone was away. This should be over.
Did you sense at that point that the demeanor of both your husband and the man behind you was somewhat similar as far as either agitation or whatever you want to call it? Was your husband frustrated at that point?
I would say so. I'd say they both were, yes.
All right. Say they were both angry at that point?
Fair statement, yes.
All right. You were there, listening to it. Think they were mad at each other?
Probably, yes.
Both of them?
Yes, both of them.
Do you recall any type of statement by your husband about texting?
Yes, I do.
In relation to the statements that we have, see your phone away, when did that take place?
After he returned from getting management, and he stated, I see you put your phone away now, that I went to get management. Chad again said, what is your problem? And he did state that he was checking on a message about his daughter.
We're going to take this real slow, okay? So now we have that statement, right?
Yes.
Does there come a point in time when your husband begins to change his position in the seat?
Yes.
Is that turning around and looking, or beginning to stand up?
Beginning to stand up.
At that point in time, did you know where your husband's cell phone was?
I did not see it, but I assumed it was still in his hand.
Either as your husband was standing up or after he stood up, did your husband make any other statements?
Not that I recall, no.
As your husband was standing up, what were you doing?
I noticed him standing up, so I started to stand up a little behind him.
All right. Well, as soon as he started to stand, you started to stand. Why?
I just was embarrassed. I thought it was going to create more of a commotion where more people were going to hear and see what was going on, these two men bickering.
And what was your intention?
My intention was I didn't want to contribute by yelling or shouting or trying to get his attention that way, so my intention was just to tap him on his shoulder or just to, it's not worth it, come on.
Okay. Now, we've seen the height difference between you two, right?
Yes,
All right.
Yes.
You were seated in your seat.
yes,
Your husband began to stand first, and then you followed with that process.
yes, but
I know we got to take it slow. It's almost painfully slow. I understand. But I'm trying to get two body movements and where they are in relation to one another. As your husband begins to stand, you began to do what with your left hand as you're coming out of your seat?
reach over. It's kind of awkward. It's kind of awkward, the seats.
Mhm.
So I just, as I'm standing, I reach over. Just to tap his arm or tap him.
Wherever you could touch him.
Right, my right arm was holding on and that's just what happened. It wasn't planned, that was what was natural.
Okay. As you're standing up, I want to know where your focus was. You get up. When you get up, are you turning your body, looking one way, turning it looking the other way, or turning, looking up at the screen? I'm trying to, when you get up.
Right, straightforward, facing the screen.
Can you see your husband peripherally where he is?
Yes,
Okay. But your focus is, you're
as
getting
I'm
up.
standing up, it's straight ahead, and eventually I just turn my head to the right slightly, but my body does not really shift.
As you are standing up and your arm starts to move over, do you feel a sensation in your hand?
Yes,
Describe that sensation.
it felt like my hand was on fire, just fire. It felt like my hand was blown off.
At the time, contemporaneous, same time that you felt that sensation in your hand, did you hear a loud noise?
I did, yes.
Are you familiar with the sound of a firearm? Not on TV and all that stuff, but in real life.
Yes, limited, but yes,
But it was loud.
it was, yes.
Once you feel that sensation in your hand, do you continue your process of standing up?
Yes.
Can you tell us whether or not you're coming up off the seat bottom as you're coming up. Were your legs locked back when you felt the pain? Were you still, your knees not locked in that half-sitting position? I'm trying to get where you were.
It happened so fast, I was just in motion on my way up, probably pretty close to being fully up, but maybe not standing straight with my legs locked.
Okay. Once you heard the loud sound and you felt the burning sensation in your hand, do you continue to stand?
Yes.
Once you have finished the process of standing, what is your next observation?
Chad. He takes a couple steps and he collapses.
Are you concerned about your hand or your husband?
Oh, my husband. I knew he was way worse than me.
All right. Did you forego some immediate attention to your hand and concentrate on your husband for a short period of time?
Yes, yes. My focus was on him at that point.
We're going to take you back to the process of standing up out of the chair. You're standing up and you're coming up. From your peripheral vision or anything, do you get any sensation that your husband had extended his hand towards the row behind him and brought it back?
No,
Did you get sensation from your peripheral vision that his body at all broke the plane of the back of the chair and reached over with his hand and then came back?
no,
When you finally had your hand in a position where you felt the burning pain, just prior to that, did your hand ever come in contact with consistent with someone leaning forward and coming back? You know, that oscillation of the hand. Did you ever feel that?
no.
Now, prior to the events that you just described, did your husband ever jump up and put his feet in the seat bottom of the seat?
No,
Did your husband use the F-bomb in any way directed towards the man that you recall
no,
prior to the sensation in your hand?
no,
Recall any statement to the effect, mind your own F business?
no,
Any statement at all, stay the hell out of my face,
no,
by your husband?
no,
Prior to the time that your hand had that burning sensation, were you aware that a bag of popcorn had been retrieved from behind you and tossed back into that area?
I was not aware, no.
As you're coming up out of your seat and Chad, preceded and coming up, is that the only time that he stood up?
The only time, yes,
The only time that he stood up, you were coming up with him.
yes,
That's it.
That's it.
Did you ever see your husband stand up and turn and face towards that area behind him?
Prior to the
Yeah,
shot?
prior to the sensation in
No,
your hand?
not prior to, no.
No, okay. Did you ever see your husband standing in his aisle, facing back towards the aisle, and do some type of motion?
No, not from where I was looking.
You knew that your husband had been hurt?
I did, yes.
Okay. You mentioned to us your concerns was towards him. Somehow, did you make your way down one row so that you could go to where your husband was?
Somehow I got down there, but I
It's all
assume I had to
blurred.
climb over the seat, but I don't recall how I got down there. But yes, I did get down out of the aisle.
Once you were on that aisle, were you able to obtain some type of wrap, bandage, something to put on your hand?
There was a gentleman that assisted me, yes.
At that point in time, did you see a gentleman sitting in the last row, up against the wall where the bistro was, that was directly behind your seat?
At that point of time, no.
Did there come a point in time when you did have an opportunity to see that individual?
Yes, I did.
And that individual was sitting in the seat right behind yours?
Correct.
When you saw that individual sitting in the seat right behind yours, did it appear to be a man of similar stature as you saw go down the aisle leaving for the manager?
Yes.
And based on those observations and seeing where he was seated, did you have reason to believe that that was the man that was continually talking to Mr. Oulson and yourself?
And the color of his shirt, yes.
Now, if you see that man in the courtroom today, I'm going to ask you to point him out and describe what he's wearing for the court.
Yes. I was going to say the middle, but there's two gentlemen in the middle of this table here. It is the gentleman second to my right. He's wearing looks to be a grayish colored coat with a white shirt and a swirly tie, glasses, grayish hair at this table.
Your Honor, the record reflect, she's identified the defendant in this case, Curtis Reeves. Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to use various pieces of evidence that have already been admitted. I need about 2 minutes to set up the video and a poster board, if I may do that now. Thank you. course, I have to go do that at least once today. Oh, okay. All right. Any witness sometime, Your Honor?
Yes. Do you have something on the screen?
I hope so.
Is it supposed to come up on the other screen?
You should. Did someone turn that off?
I don't know if it, does it time out?
I don't know, I have it set on.
No signal?
I love technology.
Is it plugged in?
Yeah,
Hmm.
it is.
Well, I guess we can rearrange again.
What's that?
I guess we can rearrange again.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Let me just try to reset this and see if it,
Changed. Before it said DVD, oh, that's what it, now it says that again. We'll just rearrange.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
wouldn't step down, Your Honor?
Yes.
Walk around, plus the wire, feet on the X. All right, what I'd like to do is, we're gonna take you to where Mr. Reeves is. You see that part of the, video?
Yes, it is.
Now, at that point, I'm gonna run it backwards just a little bit. As Mr. Reeves is walking in, at what point do you get a sensation that someone's behind you? Do you know?
When he leans forward, it makes his
Okay.
very first comment.
All right. Let's go to that. communicated the first presence is when you first felt the presence of someone behind. So if you would, let's bring Stacy to it. Let me walk around here. We're going to use this photo board so we can get an idea of where everyone sees this, okay? Please show the jury what seat you were in. And the man behind you, what seat was he in? Okay. And your husband? All right, now, as you watch the video, as the gentleman leans forward, does he come right behind your seat or off to his right?
He comes right, his face appears to be right in here, so to my right and to Chad's left, right in here.
Okay. And the first contact is what? About the phone?
You need to turn your phone off.
Okay. There's a response?
What's your problem? Yeah.
And then we have coming back, and then within seconds, there's another contact?
Yes.
Now, again, the same positioning, leaning
Right
in.
here.
At that point, are you able to see out of your peripheral vision, the head coming into view?
No, just the first time.
Right. And the second time, the words were?
From
What?
Mr. Reeves?
Yeah.
The same, but you need to put your phone away.
In the same manner, tone that we discussed?
Yes.
Okay. Now, there's a point where he leaves.
Yes.
All right. Now, what is going on during that time period? We have the two contacts. Is your husband still on the phone? When I say on the phone, I'm not talking. So the phone's still out.
Still out, I'm sure he's distracted from the phone, more focused on the conversation that he's having than on his phone, but yes, it's still out, whether the screen timed off or what, I can't say, but yes.
Okay. Would you agree or disagree that your husband was just ignoring the man?
Blowing him off, I would agree.
We then have the third contact that you talked about. So as we watch the video, again, show us the direction in which Mr. Reeves is leaning towards your husband.
This seat in between me and Chad.
On this particular incident, after your peripheral vision, are you able to see the man's head?
I don't see his head again, no.
You just hear what? What do you hear the man say?
Do I need to go get management?
Is there a response by your husband?
Yes.
And what does he say?
Do what you need to do, or do whatever you feel you need to do.
You get the sense that he leaves?
Yes.
Now, as he is getting up, does he make any other comments?
Not that I'm aware of.
Does your husband make any other comments?
No.
Do you see him, do you turn and look and see the man leave at all?
No, not at this point.
And does your husband turn and look?
No.
There comes a point in time when he comes back, correct?
Correct.
We talked about this before as he's coming back. Do you know precisely at what point a comment is made by Mr. Reeves?
He's behind us, but I don't know if he's sitting or standing or what he's doing, I don't look.
As Mr. Reeves comes back and begins to take his seat, do you notice any type of body movement by your husband to his left, to his right, behind?
No, we don't move.
Okay. Exactly when the statement that Mr. Reeves made, you don't know whether he was standing or sitting?
I do not know if Reeves was there.
As we see Mr. Reeves come back, and this is camera 12, nothing by your husband at all
No?
as he's walking by?
No.
No. And as he takes his seat, he's going to take a seat right behind you? Yes?
Yes.
You mentioned to us that your husband stood up one time,
Okay.
and you were simultaneously going up with him.
Few seconds later, yes.
And as you're standing up is when you were shot.
Yes.
Do you ever see your husband standing and turning towards Mr. Reeves and throwing a cell phone?
No.
Do you hear any cussing, swearing, or F-bombs by your husband?
No.
All right. Do you recall any type of encroachment in your space by Mr. Reeves before your husband began to stand up?
No.
Okay. At this point is where you explain that both were mad, angry, frustrated.
It's hard to say. It's hard to say what someone's feeling, but yes.
Yeah,
I
you got
get
the
that
impression that these two guys,
Yes.
both of them were equally.
Yeah.
Okay. There comes a point in time, like you said, when he stands up and you stand up with him. As you're standing up and you're beginning to reach over, we talked about whether or not you ever felt the oscillation of the hand, as someone's moving their body like this.
No, I did not. He was standing up.
All right.
Not moving.
Were you aware of whether or not your husband, in fact, reached across the aisle behind him?
I was not aware of him.
All right. And that was the time that you were standing
I
up?
was facing forward and then I was looking to my right to Chad. I never looked behind me at that point.
at any time, did you hold, restrain, body hug, or whatever that would give someone the impression that you were holding someone back that was in a rage?
No, I had no need to, no.
When we talk about as you're getting up, as you're standing, when you hear the loud noise, that is when you feel the burning sensation in your hand.
Yes,
And you hadn't even gotten up out of your seat yet.
just barely. I was
Right.
on my way up.
Once you were up, you knew that Chad was hurt?
Yes.
Let's talk about that. Using the poster behind you, show the jury where you were standing.
Where do I see?
Okay. And where was Chad?
In front of the seat.
After you both began to stand up and you were fully standing, you knew you were hurt, you knew he was hurt. Where was he?
He was still here and starts stumbling down the aisle away from me.
Okay. And what are you doing at that point? Your hands burning?
Figuring out what happened. I mean, I knew a shot had rang out, but I didn't know where he was shot or what our injuries were, other than my hand felt like it was gone off of my arm, and I'm watching him collapse, so I know it's bad. It was just shock, I think, panic.
Okay. Now, as you see your husband walking away, somehow it's a blur, you make it to the other aisle.
Yes, I did. Get away from it.
I realize the concern, but did you make any phone calls as you were trying to contact anyone? What was going on that aisle below? You can show where it is. That aisle, what were you doing before you made it to the end where you could see your husband?
Yes, a gentleman had helped me, gave me something, napkins, and something to wrap my hand. And I tried to contact my mother to let her know that something serious had happened and she needs to get over here. And I guess I'm not making sense, so the gentleman takes the phone and talks to my mother, and the same with Chad's mother. And then I knew I needed to get it together because I wanted to go see Chad and kind of figure out what was going on at the time. But I know from prior experiences that if he saw me panicking, he would be more worried about me. And I didn't want that, so I pulled it together enough to get back to him in front of him where I could look over the aisle at him on the ground. And I see his eyes were just glazed over, and I knew at that moment. But I tell him, Chad, me and Lexi need you. Please hang in there. We need you. And then I started to lose it, so I walked back away from the scene, not the scene, but from where I could see him. And I went back to the gentleman that had been helping me.
Other people were helping your husband?
Yes, they were doing CPR or assisting.
Okay. Please take your seat. I have a moment.
Yeah, you done with the videos?
Yes, I still have some more testimony.
Okay.
Oh, wait, they're on it. Manny, could you help me with this, please, sir? Thank you. Gotta do it kind of slowly. Approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm going to show you a series of photographs, and the first one I show you is state's mark for identification K, JPEG 2067296. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that a photograph of you?
It is of me. Yes.
All right. Taken a couple of days after this incident.
Yes.
Let me show you state's exhibit number L, marked for identification, JPEG number 2067299. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Is that a photograph of the hand that you felt the burning sensation?
My left hand, yes.
Let me show you state's exhibit number M, marked for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
JPEG number 2067305. Is that your hand?
It is, yes.
And does that reflect the injury to your hand where you felt the burning sensation?
Yes.
Let me show you state's exhibit number N as in Nancy, marked for identification, JPEG number 2067347. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Is that a photograph of your hand?
Yes.
Taken this same time as the very first photographs we talked about?
Yes.
Let me show you state's exhibit number O, marked for identification, JPEG number 2067344. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Is that a photograph of your hand?
Yes.
And does it represent the injury as it was approximately 2 days after the incident?
Yes.
Let me show you state's exhibit number P, marked for identification. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
All right, JPEG number 2067332. Does that photograph depict the injury to your hand approximately 2 days after the incident?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move a series of photographs in order as state's exhibits 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18.
Any objection?
No objection.
They'll be admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
We know that after this incident, you were treated. You were treated.
Yes.
All right. What did you finally realize happened to your hand?
That my finger was pretty much dangling and holding on just by a string, my ring finger.
All right. Were you taken to the hospital?
Yes.
Did you receive treatment?
I did, yes.
Did there come a point in time that the treatment included surgery?
Yes.
How long after the incident did you have surgery on your finger?
My best estimate is within a week or so after.
Okay. Do you know, I don't want to say what type of surgery, what did they have to do in order to repair your finger the best they could?
Well, the bone and everything in the finger was so destroyed that they had to take a chunk of bone from my wrist and put it in my finger in order to reconstruct it. So there are pins or metal bolts, not sure the correct terminology for them, that put my finger back together.
Okay. The injury that you received from your finger, At the time you received that injury, was your hand in front of your husband's chest?
It was, yes.
And he was injured by the same projectile?
Yes.
I know it sounds silly, but I'm going to ask anyway. You didn't consent to being shot in the hand, right?
No,
All right, so it was against your will.
it was, yes.
Let's talk a little bit about the injury itself. The mobility that you now have in your finger, is it the same as it was prior to January 13th, 2014, or different?
Different.
How is it different?
Well, I've lost all movement in my top joint, and I've lost most of my movement and flexibility in my second joint, resulting in me not being able to grip things and just constant pain when I touch it the wrong way or hit it on something.
Let's talk about the way your finger looked prior to January 13th as opposed to after January 13th. Is there any different in the way your finger looked after being shot?
Yes.
All right, and tell us how it's different.
It's crooked in
Okay.
multiple places. Again, scarred, lots of different tissue and scarring around it. Shorter, not as long as it was prior.
All right. I'm going to direct your, may I publish these now, Judge?
You may.
I'm going to direct your attention now to the, I have two lights. We're doing that because of the shadow of the Before you is State's Exhibit number 13. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do. Yes, I
Who
do.
is that?
That's me.
Okay. Taken approximately 2 days after the incident.
Correct.
The white material on your hand, what is that?
Gauze.
Had surgery been performed at that point in time?
Not at this point.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 14. You give me a minute to orientate it. There we go. You recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
All right, is that a close-up of the hand and the bandaging?
Yes.
Again, before surgery?
Yes.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 15. Is that a photograph of your hand on top of a piece of gauze?
Yes.
Which finger was damaged?
My left ring finger.
Okay. And is that the way the injury appears prior to your surgery?
Yes.
All right. And is it that injury that resulted from being shot on the 13th?
Yes.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 16. You recognize that photograph?
Yes.
All right. Again, is that a close-up of the back of your hand?
Yes.
We see there's some red marks on the back side of your left hand. Prior to January 13th, 2014, did you have those red marks on the back of your hand?
No.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 17. There you go. It's a photograph of your hand palm up, looking at your ring finger. Again, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And does that photograph represent the injury to your finger
Yes.
prior to surgery?
Yes.
And finally, State's Exhibit number 18. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes,
Again, it's a photograph, palm up, on a piece of gauze. Is that your ring finger?
it is, yes.
And does that represent the injury that you sustained from being shot on January 13th, 2014?
Yes.
Yeah. May I have just a moment, counsel? Your Honor, at this time, may the witness step down and approach the jury box so that they can see the damage and the disfigurement to her finger.
No, Your Honor.
All right, yes, you may.
So what I'm going to ask you to do is kind of use these squares as your boundary marker, okay? And if you would just kind of do the shuffle and then show them your finger. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Cross.
Thank you. What I'd like to try to clear up so I understand the sequence of events inside the theater. Number one, Mr. Reeves tells Mr. Oulson something to the effect of turn off your phone, right?
Correct.
And at that point, Mr. Oulson blows Mr. Reeves off, right?
Yes, he says something back, but pretty much ignores, like,
Okay.
doesn't turn around to engage, just makes a comment over his,
Okay, so what is Mr. Oulson, I know you don't remember exact words for anyone, right? We can agree with that.
right.
What is your recollection of, not the exact wording, but what did Mr. Oulson say back? What was your impression of that?
What's your problem? The movie hasn't even started yet. Something about the lights, or, no noise being made.
Then there was a second request or conversation or at least communication concerning turning off the phone because it was still on, right?
Correct,
And that's from Mr. Reeves.
right.
And so what is Mr. Olson's response?
Mind your own business.
And then at that point, by now, Mr. Olson's beginning to get annoyed, right?
I'd say they both are.
Well, let's talk about that. Certainly you were familiar with Mr. Oulson, being his wife of 7 years.
Yes,
And we can agree that you weren't familiar with Mr. Reeves at all, right? Having never met the gentleman before.
correct.
Okay. So for sure you knew that Mr. Oulson was annoyed, right?
Yes,
And then there was a communication. Well, I guess I have to go to the manager, that sort of thing. Do I have that right?
correct.
Now, at that point, Mr. Oulson answers something to the effect of, well, do what you have to do.
Exactly, yes.
So between the second conversation at least and this one, Mr. Oulson is annoyed, right?
I'd say so, yes.
And certainly hearing I'm going to the manager also annoyed him, right?
Yes,
Now, when Mr. Reeves gets back, and I know you said it, that Mr. Reeves wasn't loud, right?
correct. They weren't whispering, but they weren't shouting either.
Right? Because in your mind, whispering is the proper way to communicate in a movie theater.
That's mostly what you hear when you go, yes.
And so it wasn't loud in terms of Mr. Reeves, Mr. Reeves' voice.
Louder. Yes, I'd say it was kind of loud, yes.
Okay, so now you're saying it was loud. You know, previously you testified this afternoon that Mr. Reeves' voice wasn't loud.
Okay. And again, let me try to explain. In a movie theater, a whisper would probably be a normal voice that I would expect from people and that I would use. However, it was louder than that. So it was loud compared to what I would expect, but not shouting or screaming.
Louder than a whisper.
Yes. Somewhere in between, shouting and a whisper.
And so Mr. Oulson was also at the same level or higher than that?
I would say they were both the same.
Okay. Now, Mr. Reeves leaves, comes back, and now there's some more communication, correct? That's what you described.
Yes.
Now, at this point, Mr. Oulson has already been annoyed going into it when Mr. Reeves comes back and communicates to him, telling him something to the effect of, I see you put your phone away. Certainly, that made Mr. Oulson angry.
I can't speak to how he felt, but I would say that they had both been annoyed, angry, yes.
Well, now you're telling me you can't speak to how Mr. Oulson felt, but earlier you were able to tell me that a stranger that you never met before was annoyed. So was Mr. Oulson angry when Mr. Reeves came back and said, I see you put the phone away, I'm sorry, I went to the manager?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question again?
You're telling me that you don't remember or you don't know if Mr. Oulson was angry or not, but earlier you were able to tell that a stranger's annoyed, right? That's what you told me earlier.
Yes.
And so your own husband, when Mr. Reeves gets back and says something to the effect of, I see you put your phone away, sorry, I went to the manager, Mr. Oulson is angry at that point, right?
I wouldn't say any angrier, but yes, I would say that they were same annoyance as, I couldn't see anything escalate in annoyance, but yes, I would say that he was probably annoyed and angry just as Mr. Reeves appeared to me.
Well, again, Mr. Reeves didn't raise his voice, right?
And neither did Chad.
Okay, but you know Mr. Oulson, so you know when he's angry, right?
Yes.
You don't know Mr. Reeves,
No.
right? Now, at some point, there's a kind of an escalation. I think that Mr. Oulson says something about what is your problem? I was checking on a message or checks for my daughter, something to that effect.
Well, you say an escalation, but no, I would not categorize it as an escalation. I would say it was more of a de-escalation, but yes, he does make that comment.
Well, let's talk about that, because
Okay.
right about that time is when Mr. Oulson stands up in his seat and turns around, right?
Around that time, not at the exact time, I can't commit to, but around
All right.
that time.
So certainly, that's more than just blowing Mr. Reeves off, number one, right? You'll agree with me.
Yes, probably.
Number two, you'd agree with me, it's more than just talking back to Mr. Reeves to say, what's your problem, right?
Say the words would be similar, yes.
Well, but now he's taking physical action, Mr. Oulson, right?
He stands up,
And he turns around, right?
correct?
And he turns around to look at, in the row, he's facing towards the road directly behind him.
Yes,
The row that Mr. Reeves is in,
yes,
with his wife, right?
yes.
Now, when Mr. Oulson gets up, he gets up fast. It's not a slow process, right?
It was standing up normally. I wouldn't say any faster than if I was to stand up out of my chair right now.
Okay. And he gets up. As he gets up, the back of the seat pops up, because that's how those seats go, right? You remember that?
I don't remember the seat popping up, no.
Okay. First, let's go back to the question before. So is your testimony today that Mr. Oulson did not stand up quickly and turn around?
He stood up, yes, quickly, but I wouldn't say he jumped up. It wasn't springing up out of his seat, it was standing up. And I think anybody can pretty much stand up quickly unless you're probably having trouble with a part of your body that keeps you from standing up.
Okay, like an older person maybe.
Right.
And so in this case, Mr. Oulson stood up quickly. You agree with me now?
I would say he stood up, yes.
Well, is he quickly or not?
I wouldn't categorize it as quickly, no. Just,
Okay.
well, that's hard to say. Yes, he stood up. It didn't take more than a second or two, so I would say that was quickly, yes, if that's what you're asking.
And I'm going to ask you again, the seat that you sit on popped up when he stood up.
I can't say that I saw it pop up, no.
Okay, it's page 823 of the previous court proceeding, line 19. I'll strike that question, Your Honor. So in this case, we agree Mr. Oulson stood up and he's facing Mr. Reeves and Mrs. Reeves towards their back row, right?
Correct.
And it's at that point you describe that you are starting to get up at the same time?
Shortly after, Chad, not at the exact same time, no.
Okay, shortly after. And during that time, you say you try to get Chad's attention, Mr. Oulson's attention?
Correct.
Okay. And you were doing that by telling him it's not worth it?
No, I did not say anything to him. That's what I was thinking in my head, but I went to tap him to, let him know that, hey, focus on me, it's not worth it. But I did
All right.
not say those words, I don't believe,
Now you're showing me that you tapped him with your left hand,
in my left hand.
and because Mr. Oulson is to your right.
Yes.
And so for some reason, you're not using your right hand, right?
Correct.
Okay. You'll agree with me that your right hand was closer to Mr. Oulson than your left hand.
Yes,
Okay. And when you pointed in the board here, you were using the pointer with your right hand,
I'm right-handed, yes.
but for some reason you chose to use your non-dominant hand to reach across your body to get Mr. Oulson's attention. That's your testimony.
Yes,
And to get his attention, you didn't tap him on the shoulder, right?
I didn't have a particular place in mind. It just was a natural reaction. Yes, I would probably think that his shoulder would be where I would try to get, but
And
didn't
so-
end up there.
And we know what happened, so your reaction turned to be to somehow position your left hand between Mr. Oulson, Mr. and Mrs. Reeves, right?
Yes,
Now, you saw the video that the prosecutor showed you. You were standing here.
yes,
Now, there was one part in the video, it was at, and I know you didn't write down the numbers, it was 13:26:25. In that image, it appears that Mr. Oulson is coming across the aisle because in that frame, you can see his head and his arm. Your testimony today is you didn't see any of that.
correct.
Well, he was standing next to you, facing the row behind him. You had your hand out to touch him. Did you feel Mr. Oulson move at all?
No, I did not.
You can't deny that you saw a figure in the frame going forward, correct?
That is correct.
The next time, it's about 10 seconds away before we see the popcorn grab. That's something else that you say that you did not see, right?
I thought we were just talking about the popcorn.
There was a frame at 13:26:25, there was 10 seconds before the popcorn grab.
Okay.
And the prosecutor stopped it right on that frame. Do you not remember that?
I remember the arm coming out and the popcorn being reached and then the popcorn being thrown. So maybe the numbers are throwing me off.
Well, that was 10 seconds later, so there was something that
Okay.
happened before
Okay.
that's real quickly
Your Honor,
visible.
I'm going to object. I mean, we're just throwing out frame numbers, 1326. If he wants to show it to her, play it. Ask her. I mean, she can't, she
Yeah.
doesn't know frame by frame.
Okay, let me ask you a question then. Let's say, hypothetically, that there's a 10-second gap between Mr. Oulson reaching into the back row towards Mr. and Mrs. Reeves and Mr. Oulson reaching again back there to grab the popcorn. What were you doing for that time period? After Mr. Oulson stood up, what were you doing?
I can't speak to 10 seconds, but I noticed him standing. It drew my attention, just kind of waiting to see what was happening. And then I started to stand up. I'm looking up as I'm standing in front of me. And then I look over to him to tap him. I never look back here any further. I never turned my body around. My feet never moved. My head looked at Chad as I was going to tap him, but I never turned around and saw anything behind me.
Okay, so as you're looking at Mr. Oulson, you don't see him lean over
I do not know
at any point in time?
at any point.
Now, after the firearm was discharged, we can agree that Mr. Reeves didn't say anything.
I did not hear anything, no.
I don't have any questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, and I'm going to need to play the video. We have that frame.
Do it quickly, please. Do it as quickly as you can, please.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
He gave us the number, so. I'm gonna
Okay,
go through
gotcha.
it. Just take me a few minutes.
Okay. We're all aware of how long it will take. We've seen you a couple times now. It's not that bad, it's okay, just,
I practice.
yes. I will too, in just a second. I'm waiting to see if maybe it comes on this time. Doesn't look like it. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, real quick, I have to see everything that you guys do, which is why I've been repositioning. We all have to see everything.
Is it up on your screen?
I messed up my screen. I turned it off, and it didn't come back on where it was supposed to, but I can see it up there. See, I do it too.
May the witness step down now?
She may. Make sure all the jurors can see, please.
On cross-examination, Mr. Michaels asked you about a particular segment, 1326. He used the 25. Let's go ahead and take you to that point. And what I'd like to do, you indicated to us that's where Mr. Reeves sat down. At some point, that's when the comment was said. All right. Now, at some point, you told us that Chad stood up,
Yes, one time.
and you stood up with exact simultaneous almost with him.
A couple seconds later, yes.
And then that's when you were shot.
Yes.
Okay. At 13:26:25, let's go back this way. See where your husband is? Okay? All right. He only stood up once, correct?
One time.
All right. And that one time that he stood up, within seconds you were shot.
Yes, correct.
That's it.
That's it.
And that was here.
That's the one.
You did not see the
I
popcorn.
did not.
You know he's standing there,
Yes, I'm standing up.
okay? And you did not see this.
I did not.
All right. But what you do know is you never felt the oscillation.
Right, he was standing up when I reached over to tap him. He was not moving forward or backwards.
All right. And then you were shot.
Correct.
What is the time period from the time that you were standing up to when you were shot? Is it 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 1 second, 2 seconds,
Seconds.
Just-
Seconds, I mean, get out of your seat
and
to
shot?
there.
Shot.
However many seconds that is. 2,
Okay.
3.
All right. And you don't know where Mr. Michaels was referring to at 13:26:25. Here, where you see, you weren't shot there.
No, all I see is Reeves.
All right. And see your husband?
No. No.
Okay. All right, that's fine. If you don't see it, you don't know it. All you know is you stood up and you got shot.
Right.
Okay.
So when I was speaking to the popcorn, which was not at this.
No further questions.
All right. Back up.
Okay, this witness be released. Do you want her on standby? What?
She'll be here, so she'll be on standby. Fine.
And council approach on that? Thanks, everybody. Well done. Yeah. Huh? I'm gonna wait. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the end of the day for today. Thank you for your attention all day. It's been another long day. I would like to start at 8:30 tomorrow, and but Madam Clerk just indicated to me that I guess you have a few things to do in the morning before you get here. So if you guys could be here at like 10 after 8, quarter after 8, and take care of business with them, and then we'll do our best. We're all here on time, but there's a lot of times that things come up, as you've undoubtedly seen in the last 6 days you've been with us, that we have to discuss outside your presence. So my instruction, I never know how long that's going to take, but we definitely try not to waste a minute of your time unnecessarily. So please remember my instructions during the recess. No independent research, no talking about the case, and report to the jury pool room by about 8:10, 8:15, and we will get started at 8:30. And Deputy Martin does have, she has the clerk's daily letter for each of you, and then those of you who requested a letter from me. If I missed anybody, just, you can, I can't get it tonight, I don't think. But if I miss anybody, I don't think I did, but if I did, just hang out in the jury pool room and I'll double check and I'll type you something tonight, okay? Other than that, you'll be in recess till tomorrow morning. Thank you, everybody.